Good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening. Good evening, good evening. Karthik Raj, welcome, but you are joining 19th class. We've reached 1920s, so you would have to go through the videos which have already happened. So there's a lot of context which you have missed. Can't do anything about that. How I'm scared of understanding how to start. Start. Write something. You will see it's not that scary. Arun, if that's the case, you send me the details. I'll escalate it as soon as possible. Refab first class or you've missed classes? There are two different things. Shivani, as I said, if you're joining me right now, we've been doing this for now close to what, 3 weeks. So I have no issues in teaching you. That's not the problem. The problem is you need context from 1765 and we are in 1920. We're talking about Bhagat Singh. So you would have to, all the videos which you have not actually attended are in a form of video form. You can just go back in the dashboard and see them. Okay. Seema, I get at least 60 to 70 emails in a day. So I do reply. I have escalated a lot of issues. Today, a lot of issues have been taken forward. Don't worry, it will. I will get it resolved if it is something important. Why British couldn't do that thing they did with other extremist nationalists by death sentence alive? You can't kill everyone. Then that creates a lot of discontent. The British know that in numbers they are down. So if they actually kill everybody, then it will lead to a 1857 type moment. We wait one more minute and then we start. Madhuri, refresh if you can't hear me. Right. Now, yesterday we covered non-cooperation. We reached till Swarajist no changers. Then we reached till 1927 Simon Commission, Nehru Report, and Jinnah 14 points. Now, this point of Nehru Report, I will discuss with you again. Because once I finish this revolutionaries activity part 2, then I will be able to talk about that, which is the implication of dominion status. Right now, I have to cover a very small portion but important portion, which is revolutionary activities between the 90s and 1920s in that regard. As it is, 1920s was a very, very interesting phase because of the fact that we have student movements. We have, for example, the concept of trade unions and workers, and we also have the HRA and the HSRA. That is what we have to discuss. Now, I'll give you a timeline here. This one is a short one because we have to do a much bigger one once we've covered this point. And now I'm starting the discussion. October 1924, thereafter August 1925, then you have September 1928. There's a gap between these two moments. And thereafter, we will discuss December 1928. From 1928, we'll move to April of 1929. Then December 1929. And thereafter, February 1931. And by March 1931, we would have gone through the HRA HSRA process. Now, this is October 1924, is the formation of Hindustan Republican Army or Association. This will be done by Ram Prasad Bismilk, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, and Sachin Sanyal. So, 3 people will be very important in doing this. You have Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, a name we discussed yesterday also, and we have Sachin Sanyal, a name again which we have seen previously in the context of the Harding bombing. August 1925, we'll have what is called as the Kakori robbery incident. 8 down train was looted. But the problem is that as soon as that will happen, HRA will get arrested and everyone had to disband the HRA. Except for Ram Prasad Bismil, there was also one person, Chandrasekhar Azad, who was part of this robbery, who's going to be very instrumental. Now, based on the ideas of or reorganization by Chandrasekhar Azad, the HRA will be again formed after 3 years or reformed after 3 years. And this time, a very interesting personality will get associated with it. The Hindustan Socialist Republican Association will be formed, HSRA. And with this association, Bhagat Singh will get involved. By December of 1928, they will pull off the famous Saunders murder or assassination, whatever you want to call it. Saunders assassination is going to be very interesting, very important, because there's a very interesting aspect to Saunders assassination. assassination. By April of 1929, they will pull off the next major thing, which is Legislative Assembly bombing. By December of 1929, Azad will try to derail Irwin's train. By February of 1931, Azad will be martyred. In March of 1931, Lahore conspiracy case, we have the martyring of Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev. This is basically the timeline. But most of the people have no idea about these two moments together and what is called the Lahore conspiracy case. Very interesting phase. If everybody understands the basic point, there are only two organizations, HRA, HSRA. I can start the story. Because Saunders murder and legislative bombing and what was Bhagat Singh trying to do there are two very interesting things vis-a-vis how we have to go about it. So can we start? This is the basic timeline we cover today, and once this is over, we'll go to CDN. Okay. Now, as I told you, 1920s itself, you have multiple forces, multiple voices of the nation. Because, for example, by 1928, we have the All India or All Bengal Students Conference. We'll have multiple peasant agitations. One of the most successful, where Vallabhbhai Patel is going to get the title of Sardar, which is called the Bordoli Satyagraha. In Rajasthan, in Andhra, in Bombay, in Madras, everywhere, the peasants were now becoming a part of the national movement. They were now becoming more and more conscious of what they were expected to do and need to do. And one of the most interesting thing was that the workers were also becoming very active. Lala Rajpat Rai will become the first president of the All India Trade Union Congress, AITUC, with Diwan Chenmanlal as the general secretary. We'll have multiple strikes in railway workshops, in the Tata Iron and Steel Works, Bombay Textile Mills, and close to 5 months, 1.5 lakh workers were on the what we call as strike. Buckingham Kinetic Mills is going to see that. And between 1928, what we see is that 5 lakh workers were on strike, and the first May Day, which is the Labor Day, will be also celebrated in 1923 in Madras. The fact of the matter is there are multiple voices which are emerging: peasants, workers, and the what we call as students. But we have to concentrate on one voice, which is the revolutionaries were back. The revolutionaries were back. The revolutionaries being back is very, very important, because now they will try to do again something which was important or was done by Anushilana and Mitra Mela. And this revolutionary activity is based on the disillusionment of the NCN. So the revolutionaries took a lot of active role in the what we call as the national movement and the non-cooperation. Throughout this period, they saw repression. They were part of the non-cooperation movement. They were against the Montfort reforms. But as soon as Gandhi will withdraw Chauri Chora, this is revolutionary phase 2 years. As soon as Gandhi will withdraw non-cooperation after Chauri Chora, now there will be another wave of revolutionary activities who will say that, okay, if Gandhi cannot accept this, means we will accept it. And there will be multiple ways: Atma Shakti, Sarthi, Bijoli. You have novels being written by Sachin Sanyal. You have Bandi Jeevan by Sachin Sanyal, Panthar Dabi by S. Chatterjee. These are books which were banned because they were now talking about sacrifice and they were talking about how India needs to rise up against the British. So the fact was that everybody was very, very disillusioned by it, and the revolutionaries now want to kindle the spirit again. So we had seen one wave in 1927 to 1915 period. This is the revolutionary activities phase one. Now we are going into the 1920 to 1931 phase, which is called revolutionary activities phase two. And while there it was Mitra Mela, Yugantar, the Abhinav Bharat, or we have other important bodies which were acting outside India. This period of the 1920s and 30s, after 1922, it is the HRA which becomes the first most important body to become a very important revolutionary activity based idea. Now, in October of 1924, three men, Ram Prasad Bismil, Sachin Sanyal, and Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, will meet and decide that we now need to again fight for our independence, and that fight is going to be based on a republican agenda. So it's called the Hindustan Republican Army. Hindustan Republican Army. What it means is that very simply, the Republican agenda is very important because they want to say that now India will be created as a republic. What do I mean by republic? What do I mean by republic? What do you mean by republic? What do you mean by republic? Yes, head of states are elected by the people, which means that in a way they were discussing that we will not accept the crown in any way. So, are they talking about Swaraj within or Swaraj without or outside? Yes, very good. They're talking about outside. So, you can see how this Republican word is very important. They are automatically rejecting the concept of republic by concept of crown or dominion by saying that we want republican, we want Purna Swaraj in a way. Now, HRA, whilst it was a very revolutionary body and multiple people will get associated with, for example, Jogesh Chatterjee, Surya Sen, we'll have not Bhagat Singh initially, but Chandrasekhar Azad, Shiv Sharma, Jaydev Kapoor, and Jatin Das, who will get involved with this first body, which is in Punjab, UP, Bihar, that northern sector itself. In Kanpur, they will form this very important body. But the problem was that if you are a revolutionary, what is the biggest constraint you have? You want to make bombs, you want to have guns, you want to now kill the British. There are two major problems which you face. One is what? One is funds. The biggest issue is funds because you need money to do these things. And second would be information. Because if you remember, Kingsford, someone else was killed. Why? Because the information was incorrect. So, information about these colonial officers and the fact that money is something which is very important. So, the HRA, what it chooses is that we will go for an armed revolution. We will overthrow the colonial government. For that, we have to go till Delhi and stage an armed revolution. And for that, we, the HRA, the Hindustan Republic Association, needs to do something to get a lot of gold and money. And now what they choose is that they realize that periodically, the railways used to transport a lot of gold. And in August of 1925, they are able to identify that there's a train which is called the 8 down train, which goes from the Delhi sector to the Lucknow sector. And if they loot it, they will get a lot of railway cash and gold. And that is what they do, that at a very obscure, very in-between station of village Kakori, Ram Prasad Bismil, Asafullah, Roshan Singh, Rajendra Lahiri, along with Azad and other members of the HRA, will stop the train for sure. They'll be able to loot the train. But what is the issue with having so much money? What is the issue with having so much money at one go? What is the issue? The issue is that if you have so much money with you, where do you keep it? And not inflation. Come on. It's not talking about the Indian economy. The problem is, if you have a lot of cash, I give you right now 400 crores. The problem is, where do you keep it? You can't go to the bank and say that we looted a train and take this money. And because of that trail, all 17 members of the HRA will be spotted, will be in a way tracked down, and Kakori will prove to be a major setback for the HRA. So the HRA in 1924 wanted to rekindle the spirit of nationalism in a new way. We had already seen that previously in 1924 and the 1897 to 1915 period. But the HRA did it. But the HRA, the problem was they did two very big things. It's like me trying to go and say that I will go and meet Joe Biden in G20. HRA means Hindustan Republican Army. They are the new revolutionary body who have come up with this idea that we will now try to do an armed revolution and overthrow the British in Delhi. So please don't write HRA question mark. If you're joining late, then you presume that you have joined late, 23 minutes late. The fact of the matter is, HRA was the first manifestation of the idea of revolutionary spirit after the setbacks of Defense of India Act and Rowlatt Act. And the British clamped down on the HRA very badly. Very badly. They more or less arrested everybody. And because that staged such a big thing, to stop a British train, loot the train, and run away with cash is a very big thing. It's like entering RBI and taking money from the governor. That is something which cannot be something which will become untraceable. And therefore, HRA will become weak. However, Azad Sachin Sanyal will remain underground and will keep this spirit alive. Will keep this spirit alive. But the problem was that 1925 was not the right period to now do anything. Now, between the 1925 and 28 period, are we clear about HRA, Kakori, and the setback? It's a story. It's a very interesting story. It's a story. You don't have to worry about this too much. I want everybody's quick reaction. If they can rob a train, you can say yes at least. Okay. Now, repeat in sentence, please. HRA, Ram Prasad Mismil, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, and Sachin Sanyal. HRA is formed. Kakori robbery done. Everyone gets arrested. One sentence. Okay. Now between 1925 and 1928, there's a new generation of youth which is rising. And I have to very clear that I will be teaching you this topic. I'll be having a 1.5 hour discussion on this. But right now you have to take face value what I'm going to say. The new youth which is rising is based on the idea of socialism. Now, to be very precise, as it is, I have no other option. In 1917, the world saw something called the Russian Revolution. The students who have been with me in world history would have idea about this. If you are not there, I'll give you a basic idea. Russian Revolution was based on the idea of the what is socialism. Shivani, I'm telling you, please. I'm not going to answer unnecessary optional level questions here. There's a proper discussion, and a lot of you can vouch for it that I have a proper discussion about this. So, Russian Revolution happens in 1917 in Russia, and it is based on the idea of a person called Karl Marx. Karl Marx's argument is that workers are getting exploited. So the workers will come together and they will overthrow the power which is controlled by the industrialists. This is the idea of the Bolshevik revolution, or the idea of what we call as a socialist revolution. Now, socialism as an idea now became very popular. Before you say what is difference between socialism and communism, Both are very different. Socialism, there's a state. Communism is a classless, stateless, what you call egalitarian society. Cannot exist, did not exist, has not, has never existed, doesn't work, will never work. Don't try to make it work. But socialism can exist, and we as a nation are a very important epitome of that. That socialism can work within democracy. We have the DPSP 39B and C, and we have our fundamental duties, which talk about how we have a certain idea about helping the poor. Now, socialism, when it rises in Russia, has a totally different connotation. Has a totally different connotation. What I am going to do is I am going to tell you what socialism would mean to these youth. Can I do that? Can I do that? What socialism means or how it percolated into India. Core socialism, Marxism, Marxian ideology, class struggle, class consciousness, dialectical materialism, idealistic ideas, Hegelian ideas, I will discuss with you. But I am trying to just discuss what that 1917 connotation means after 10 years. And this is my constraint here, but I promise to you, I will do it with you in world history. Now, socialism for the Indian youth at this point of time means three things. It is anti-British or domination, that we will not be dominated by anybody, be it the industrialists, or they basically argued that imperialism or colonialism is an exploitative system. So we don't want to, it's anti-colonial. The second thing which is more important is, for this youth, getting independence is not enough. Independence does not mean just independence from the British, but from the zamindars, from the capitalists, industrialists, moneylenders. Basically, the idea is very simple, which is that true freedom is freedom from domination. So I think you are understanding what Bhagat Singh is thinking at this point of time, that it is exactly the opposite of what the peasant and tribals used to think. The peasant and tribals used to mostly think about branches of colonialism and not the trunk. But what Bhagat Singh and this youth is thinking is, no, we want to cut the branch, we want to take out the roots also. And the roots is these zamindars, these industrialists, these moneylenders, they are the real problem. Because even when we remove the British, they remain as termites in the system. So you can see that their idea is quite sophisticated. It's quite sophisticated because they want to kill domination itself. And third is the idea of revolution and self-sacrifice. For the nation. This no youth in India can do today, and you don't have the guts to do it. You don't have the courage to do it. I can guarantee to you. There can be no Bhagat Singh again. There can be no Sukhdev or Jatin Das again, because you don't value your freedom. You have never seen domination. You will never be able to understand what they wanted to do, because if I had put you in the situation of Bhagat Singh, what he had to do, you would have actually nominated someone else. That is what our ideology is today. We are very, very, very self-interest based. Very self-interest. We don't care about others. We care about ourselves. And when I will tell you the story of Bhagat Singh, you will automatically realize why there cannot be no Bhagat Singh again. So HRA came, Kakori happened, but between these 3 years, there's a new youth which is rising, talking about anti-colonialism, talking about true freedom of domination, and they are ready to sacrifice. They are ready to sacrifice. They don't care about themselves. They care about India. They care about Bharat Mata. They care about Hindustan. Are we clear about this new youth? Because in this youth, we have the new leadership of the HSRA. That is why when they will reform the HRA, they will add the word socialist so as to show that they had changed. So after Kakori, the ideas of HRA will be reorganized into the Hindustan Republican Association to Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, and at Firozshah Kotla they will sign a pledge that we will take the story forward. Chandrasekhar Azad is the link, who was both the HRA and HSRA member. And very simply, now he has a new cadre of youth. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Bhagwati Charan Vora, and you have Binoy Kumar Sinha, Shiv Verma, Jaydev Kapoor from the United Provinces. And they now want to talk about the concept of the HSRA as a new youth-based association. You all are asking me to again, I don't know what you do, but you want me to repeat this. The fact is, the new youth, Megha Ashe, pay attention. I've seen you multiple times. Stop typing, pay attention. The new youth is based on the idea of anti-colonialism. That is nothing new. But their true freedom is not freedom from the British, but everything else which is based on domination. And the revolution spirit is alive in them, with self-sacrifice for the nation. That is why they become from HRA, become HSRA. There's no rocket science here. This is a new youth which has risen. This is the new voice which is rising. Socialism as an idea, I will tell you what it means in core sense. But socialism for Subhash Chandra Bose also meant the same thing, but in a different way. So if we are clear why they have added the HRA to HSRA, why we are doing it, are you clear? Because this addition of the word S, socialist, is important because they are trying to show that they're different from the HRA. HRA was just a Hindustan Republican Army. This is HSRA, which is Hindustan Socialist Republican Army. Their ideas are different. Bhagat Singh, along with other members such as Rajguru, were also influenced by Marx and Lenin. Lenin being a very important leader as of right now. They wanted to abolish the zamindari system. Had two very important slogans: Inqilab Zindabad and Rang De Basanti. Inqilab means revolution, and Zindabad, long live the revolution. Long live the revolution. Which is Inqilab Zindabad. Rang De Basanti means that we are ready to fight, and we will just paint the whole nation red, which is Rang De Basanti, that we are ready to do anything. For them, the target was not only the British, but capitalists, zamindars, kings, and communal forces. And one thing which everybody forgets is that Bhagat Singh hated communalism. People talk about Bhagat Singh today quite a lot. He hated communalism, which is the fact that how people were getting divided along Hindu and Muslim lines. Now, you have to be very attentive, because what I'm going to tell you, you don't know yourself and no book will tell you. I have now established three things: HRA, Kakori, HSRA, New Youth, Bhagat Singh, ideas of socialism. Are we all clear about these things? Are we all clear about these things? I want everybody's answer, yes or no. Come on. Yes. Perfect. Now, means they wanted to get freedom not only from British, but from everything else. They were very clear in understanding one thing, which is that the British is not a problem. I'm waiting for this to stop. I'm sorry. Give it a minute. Okay. Why Bhagat Singh hated communism? Because he saw that the nation was getting divided around it. They wanted to change subservient mindset. That is the basic point. They knew that killing colonialism will not kill everything. It's about killing colonialism also. Along with that, they had to kill the roots which the colonialism had now spread across India. So, very simply, HRA, HSRA, Bhagat Singh, HSRA based on socialist ideas. Socialism means not just end of the British, but everything which the British created. We all are. Inqilab means long live the revolution. Inqilab Zindabad. It is very simple. Inqilab means to cry for rather Zindabad means to cry for Inqilab, which is revolution. Are we all on the same place, please? Because now if you will ask me questions, it will break the flow. And it's a very important flow which is there. Okay. Killing colonialism with their ideologies, with their agents and everything else. This means these zamindars capitalists hated Bhagat Singh. Yeah, obviously. How Marx Lenin inspired Bhagat Singh? Irrelevant question, Sushmita. Russian Revolution, when we'll understand, we'll understand. Okay, now 1920 HSRA has been formed by September of 1928. But one of the inspiration of the HSRA getting formed is what happened to Lala Lajpat Rai. So in the September 1928, you have the HSRA, and the Simon Commission came in 1927. And throughout 97 to 1928, there was multiple protests about the concept of Simon go back, Simon, standard Simon Commission, go back. Now, in one of the protests, Lala Lajpat Rai was accompanied by multiple youths, and when Simon Commission was entering Punjab, he was there present himself. And when the police tried to disperse everybody, Lala Lajpat Rai stood his ground. The police commander who was responsible for the disbursement, his name is Saunders. And what happens is Lala Lajpat Rai stands his ground, everyone else left, but he stood his ground, and Saunders will now start to hit Lala Lajpat Rai on the head. Whilst he said, "Go back, Simon, Simon, go back," he did not stop till his last breath. Lala Lajpat Rai was made unconscious by Saunders by hitting the lathi on his head till Lala Lajpat Rai did not collapse. Unfortunately, Saunders' hit to the head of Lala Lajpat Rai will be the demise of a very towering leader. The Sher-e Punjab, which is Lala Lajpat Rai, is dead, and now this will boil the blood of one of the nephews of a leader he used to work with, Ajit Singh's nephew, Bhagat Singh. Bhagat Singh knew Lala Lajpat Rai very well. As a child, he had met him. And now Bhagat Singh said that we can't let something like this go away, that a police officer hits our Sher-e Punjab, our most important leader, Lala Lajpat Rai, and he kills him. And we don't do anything. So Chandrasekhar Azad, Sukhdev, and Bhagat Singh now plan what is called the Lahore conspiracy case, or Saunders assassination or Saunders murder. In December of 1928, they were able to realize, after looking at the pattern, that Saunders used to take a what we call as his bike from one point to the other in Lahore every day, and their idea was to intercept Saunders and kill him. In the history of assassinations in India, this is considered the most successful because Saunders was shot. But there's a very interesting peculiarity about the Saunders murder. Saunders will be shot 3 times and he will die the dog death he deserved on the streets of Lahore. And as soon as Saunders will be shot, there will come a pamphlet across Lahore warning the British. And what I want to do is that this is a book called The Trial of Bhagat Singh, The Politics of Justice. It's a very, very, very important book when it comes to his trial. It has the excerpt or the very important what we call as pamphlet, which was released after the killing of Saunders. And I want to read out that message which the HRA wanted to send to the people. I'll just 1 second, give me 1 second. I'm finding that very important pamphlet. Yes. If you get a chance, you can read it. If not, I'm telling you the important, very, very interesting things are here. Now, I am quoting the HSRA as Saunders has been shot. As Saunders has been shot, this is the pamphlet which is pasted across Lahore, in parts of Delhi, throughout North India. Notice, pay attention. Notice, by Hindustan Socialist Republican Army. Bureaucracy, beware. With the death of J.P. Saunders, the assassination of Lala Lajpat Rai has been avenged. It is a matter of great regret that a respected leader of 30 crore of the people was attacked by an ordinary police officer like J.P. Saunders and met with his death at his hands. This national insult was a challenge to the youth and men. Today, the world has seen that the people of India are not lifeless. Their blood has not become cold. They can lay down their lives for the country's honor. The proof of this has been given by the youth who are ridiculed and insulted by the leaders of their own country. Tyranny or tyrant government, beware. Long live the revolution. And it says 18th December 1928, Commander-in-Chief, HSRA. This is a pamphlet. I don't think you'll be able to see it. This is a pamphlet which was pasted. It's a much longer one, but I've told you the relevant portions of it. This is the thing which the HSRA wanted to do. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but the fact of the matter is that this was a very important message the HSRA wanted to send. But the real beauty, the Commander-in-Chief of HSRA is Chandrasekhar Azad. And I'll tell you when Bhagat Singh will die, what age he will die. Pay attention. Something very important I'm telling you. The Trial of Bhagat Singh, A.G. Noorani. I'll tell you the book name also. First, concentrate. You don't need to buy it. You don't need to do anything. The issue is only totally different. Here, a person has been shot in order to prove a message, and book kharid le. Arre, listen to me first. Now, the beauty about Saunders murder is that the British were never able to figure out who did it. In a very iconic fashion, all three, Azad, Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev, will travel from Lahore and go to the different parts of India to Delhi and to UP. And that very iconic hat image which you see of Bhagat Singh, in which he has that very stylish mustache, that is the image of Bhagat Singh. We know, but that is the image of Bhagat Singh when he had shot Saunders and was leaving Lahore. Now, ironically, after Harding's bombings in 1912, we had a CID. But nobody knew who was associated with HSRA. Nobody had any idea about HSRA. The British had seen this word HSRA for the first time. Ironically, 2 years, there will be a proper inquiry, and Bhagat Singh will not get arrested. This is the beauty of the Saunders murder, because every time before this, the person who was assassinating got either arrested or was found later. Ironically, in Saunders murder, nobody knew who Bhagat Singh was. Now, this is the irony. However, you know that the Lahore conspiracy case was still done on Bhagat Singh. So, how is that the British were able to figure out that Saunders murder was also done by Bhagat Singh and something else he will do later? So, what I want you to hold on to is that Bhagat Singh has shot Saunders, but nobody knows who has shot Saunders. Are we clear about this point? Till this point, are we clear? Because now something very interesting will happen. Yes? Okay, now. Now, there were two bills which were going to be passed. There are two bills which are going to get passed. First is called the Public Safeties Bill, and the second one is called the Trade Disputes Bill. This is the April of 1929. 1 year, everything cooled down. Saunders has been killed. Now, see, the British boast about something very big, in a very big way. We rule of law. We rule of law. English jurisprudence. We follow procedure. We follow procedure. English are known for rule of law. Law. Everything. Englishmen will say, we are the ones who created law. We have brought in the law in the world. Now, Bhagat Singh did not like this lie which the British used to talk about. So rather, Bhagat Singh wanted to show that the British legal system was a joke. Legal system was a joke. He wanted to create the courtroom as the new front of nationalism. He said, if the Swarajists can do it in the Legislative Council, we can also do it in the courts. So now in April of 1929, on the day these two bills were going to be passed, which was going to take away a lot of rights of the workers, Bhagat Singh and the other one, can you tell me? Bhagat Singh and not Jatin Das. Yes, BK Dutt. Very good. Not Sukhdev. Atukeshwar Dutt. These two people will be sent by the HSRA to throw a bomb in the Legislative Assembly, Central Legislative Assembly in Delhi, which is the parliament today. And the idea was that the bomb was going to be a sounding bomb. It had no lethality. And the idea was to throw it in a very empty space. The concept behind it was, we want to make the deaf ear hear. That if the British have become deaf to Indian cries, let's keep one here and then make the British hear the real power of the Indian youth. So the bomb became a very important symbol, because the bomb represented two things. First, how India was a ticking time bomb, but also how bomb was something which was going to make the British jolt. Now, Bhagat Singh could have asked anybody to do it. He was already involved in the Saunders murder. But Bhagat Singh wanted to go and throw this bomb himself, because the idea was that as soon as he threw the bomb, he did not go anywhere. He did not run. Neither did Dutt run. Nobody ran. and they staged arrest. They said, you want to arrest us? Arrest us. And now, once Bhagat Singh and Dutt are going to get arrested, the whole HSRA will get arrested. And to be very clear, when the British arrested Bhagat Singh on that day, they did not know that Saunders was shot by Bhagat Singh. Bhagat Singh was just a person who had thrown a random bomb into the Central Legislative Assembly. They did not know that it was Bhagat Singh who had shot Saunders. Now, Bhagat Singh and his compatriots will get arrested. HSRA will be picked up by the British. And now will start the struggle in the jails and the court. You would have heard that how Indians were given a different type of jail and Europeans a totally different type of jail. And in that context, the jail had become another space in which the HSRA wanted to reform. How many people died with the bomb? No one. It's a sounding bomb, like the bomb you use in Diwali. Now, here they said we'll not eat, we will not accept anything until unless the jails are going to become better. And unfortunately, using a Gandhian method of fasting, Jatin Das will be martyred on the 68th day of his fast onto death if the situation and if the conditions in the jails are not improved. After Jatin Das's death, there will be reforms which will be taken, books will be available, better living conditions, better food was given. But still the British did not know who Bhagat Singh was. And that is why the initial conviction by a 3-judge bench, rather not even 3-judge bench, by a Lahore Sessions Court, was that Bhagat Singh was given 7 years in jail. Bhagat Singh was given 7 years in jail, and every time they used to go to the court, and if somebody asked anything, they used to just say Inqilab Zindabad, and then taken away. They never defended themselves. They wanted to show that the British, they don't want to actually do justice. Now Irwin is the viceroy, and still nobody knows who shot Saunders. They knew that HSRA has done it, but who do you convict? And it is here that Bhagat Singh will get caught up into something very big, in which not one, but 6 of the HSRA members will become what are called approvers. Approvers. See, you and me, we did a robbery. Pay attention. You and me, we did a robbery. We both get caught. Now, what the police says to you, you become a police witness. You become a police witness. Tell us the whole plan. We will put me into jail for longer and we'll be lenient on you. Basically, a approver is the technical term for a police witness. Police witness, wherein if one of the person who is involved is ready to become a witness in the judge, he gets a lenient concept. We have seen it in multiple movies that they try to break the criminals in that regard. That they say that you tell us something, you are ready to write something, we will help you in getting a better conviction. So when you agree to become police witness, you basically become an approver. Now, unfortunately, Bhagat Singh only got 7 years in jail. But based on the approver's testimony of his own compatriots, I'll tell you the names also. Now the British will be able to link Bhagat Singh with Saunders murder. And as soon as the British are able to figure out that Sukhdev and Bhagat Singh were involved in the Saunders murder, now the whole case changes. But in approver's testimony, there are 3 rules which are very, very important. Pay attention. The approver needs to do it in free will. I can't be literally cutting your hands and asking you to become a police witness. Asking you to become a police witness, that is not allowed. It should be free will based. The police cannot pressurize. Second, approver's testimony, if proved that the approver was under pressure, the testimony of all approvers get cancelled. And third, approvers should be given better treatment than other criminals who are there in the conviction or in the trial itself. Are we clear about these 3 rules? Approver has to do it in free will. Approver cannot be pressurized. If pressurized, everybody's approver testimony gets cancelled. Third, lenient treatment. 3, you don't have to learn this for the examination. I'm trying to tell you something beyond what anybody will ever tell you. Now, the people who told that who Bhagat Singh was, or the men who became approvers, and you deserve to know, was Jay Gopal, Phonendra Nath Ghosh, Manmohan Banerjee, Hans Raj Vora, whose family today stays in London, Lalit Kumar Mukherjee. Lalit Kumar Mukherjee. And Lalit Kumar Mukherjee is an important one in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was believed that it was Hans Raj Vora who actually, under pressure, still Jay Gopal, Phoenendranath, Manmohan and Lalit Kumar did not actually do anything. Hans Raj Vora said that, give me lenient treatment, allow me at least 2 to 3 years, and I am ready to tell you who shot Saunders. Hans Raj Vora will link, and these are HSRM members, nobody outside, for lenient treatment. If the British is beating you, if they are ready to kill everybody, I don't call them, I don't say that they did something wrong, but that is the way it is. I leave it to you how you want to call them, what do you want to call them. But the point is, they were under a lot of pressure, and it is obviously not something which anybody would do. Now, Shabir, Rajguru, Sukhdev, Azad, and Bhagat Singh, 3. One conspirator, the one who was going to spot Saunders, was actually Rajguru. And the people who shot it, Azad and Bhagat Singh. But Sukhdev is also there. All of them are involved, but the most 3 important is Rajguru and Bhagat Singh and Chandrasekhar Azad. Now, I know Chandrasekhar Azad will kill himself later, martyr himself later. I know that. I know the place also, don't worry. But let me first reach there, because that is after he tries to derail Irwin's train. Now, Hansraj Vora links Bhagat Singh with Saunders. Now you see the mockery of Indian nationalism, British jurisprudence, and British. Irwin got to know. Now Irwin knows that Saunders was shot by Bhagat Singh. And Bhagat Singh, a very charismatic personality. Now, Bhagat Singh was now going to be made an example. He was going to be made an example, and Irwin was never going to give up on Bhagat Singh's concept. Now, I'll tell you under which law his conviction will now happen. Under this concept, as soon as Irwin gets to know, and you remember Sessions Court has given 7 years jail to Bhagat Singh. As soon as Bhagat Singh is linked with Saunders, Irwin invokes Section 72 of Government of India Act 1919. And guess what Section 72 of Government of India Act 1919 pertains to? Guess. Not sedition. Not sedition. It is a Government of India Act. Very good, Syed. Very good. This is the emergency provision. So basically, the Governor General of India may, in cases of emergency, make and promulgate ordinances for the peace and good government of the British India, and any ordinance so shall be for the space of not more than 6 months of its promulgation, have a force of law passed by the Indian legislation. Now you tell me, Saunders murder is an emergency, national emergency. This is the first place where Bhagat Singh is now succeeding. Bhagat Singh is showing that when it came to killing a youth, the British were ready to invoke an emergency provision. So under Section 72, Irwin will now promulgate an ordinance and set up a 3-judge special court. And remember, Bhagat Singh had only got 7 years. It is these 5 men which have now sent him into this direction. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about the approver's testimony. Nobody was going to tell you as it is. If I don't tell you, nobody tells you. Bhagat Singh was not convicted for hanging in the first instance. It was 7 years in jail. After getting linked to Saunders through the approver's testimony, now Irwin will use Section 72 and set up a special 3-judge bench, out of which 2 are Britisher, and to do a drama, 1 is Indian. Now this is the first instance where the British have misused power. Can we say that the British have misused power here? The British talk about as it is, we know, and I proved through my own research that Jallianwala Bagh was the same instance itself. But you can see that the British has again done it. They have not done something which is new, but for the British, for the Indian people, for the INC, this was an outreach, because using an emergency provision to set up an ordinance for 1 man is a very big thing. Now you see how Bhagat Singh will make a mockery of the next, which is the judicial system of India. Now, what was the second rule which I told you about an approver's testimony? What was the second rule of approver's testimony? Second rule was should not be under pressure. And if under pressure, all of the approvers, they lose their testimony. Cancellation of testimony of everyone if they're under pressure. Now you see, on May 29th, Lalit Kumar Mukherjee, one of the approvers, he fills up the following affidavit in the 3 sessions judge court. He and Ram Sarandas, who was later added to this list. Sixth was Ram Saran Das, who was the sixth approver added later, he has the following, along with Lalit Kumar Mukherjee, he has the following testimony. On May 30th, Ram Saran Das blew the lid off over the police pressure which was there through his affidavit to the magistrate on 11th June 1929. In the following statement is given by Ram Saran Das to the tribunal. Pay attention, and I quote, I here means Ram Saran Das. I wish to put in a document which shows that how approvers are tortured. I hand in the document. I do not wish to remain in the custody of the police. This document was given to me by a police officer who told me to learn it by heart. This was shown to me off and on by officers who were visiting me. It passed from one officer to the other as they changed. I hand in this document. Let this witness to send this message that we were tortured in becoming approvers. Now, when you get to know about this, what should be the action of the judge or the judges? What should be the action of judges? They should have cancelled all the six. But Coldstream is the second British judge. He says, let me remove the approver's testimony of Ram Saran Das. So basically, he striked off Ram Saran Das's name. That is why his name will never appear in approvers. His name is stricken off. His testimony is taken off. But all five others will stand. This is the second moment in which Bhagat Singh proved that British law is a joke and it will remain a joke. Now, as soon as Coldstream says this, the Indian judge recuses himself. He says that I can't be witness to this. I can't be witness to this illegal what we call as proceeding, because the Indian judge knew one thing, that under the ordinance law, if there are three judges and one judge exits, there's a process of 3 months under which the new judge should be appointed. As soon as the Indian judge recuses, Irwin says, I don't care. He removes the name and next day appoints another judge without waiting for 3 months. This is the third instance in which the British were now overreaching their power. And the third judge was now a Britisher. It will be this bench which will now say that Bhagat Singh and the other two, I've already told you, other two, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and come on, and Rajguru will be hanged on 23rd March 1931. And this is the story of Bhagat Singh's trial, the second Lahore conspiracy case, a case for how British used all of its power to misuse and kill one of our most towering leaders. And what I want to establish to you is that Irwin had personal interest. To create an example of Bhagat Singh. Now, can you hold on to this information, which is Bhagat Singh will be hanged on 31st March 1931, and Irwin had personal interest in making sure that he goes down that path because he's already overreached his power. You just have to hold on to this information. Yes? Okay. I have listened somewhere that Gandhi could stop hanging. There is no role of Gandhi in it. Payal, very good timing. Very good timing. This is the question for which I have to now go back to the Nehru report, talk about the CDM, and bring it to the Gandhi Irwin Pact. Gandhi Irwin Pact. So, Gandhi Irwin Pact, this issue will converge with Gandhi Irwin Pact. So, if this is clear, I'll read it out to you. I have to also tell you how Bhagat Singh had changed over a period of time, and then we can move towards CDM. What about Bose? Subhash Chandra Bose has nothing to do with Lahore conspiracy case. Okay, now HSRA killed Saunders in December of 1928 to send a message or avenge the death of Sher Punjab. The second act is going to be on 8th April 1929. Patukeshwar Dutt and Bhagat Singh will send or throw a sounding bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly, Public Safety Bill and Trade Dispute Bill. In order to curtail civil liberties of workers and citizens, this bomb was thrown to send a message. And the bomb was categorically made harmless. It was about making the deaf hear. Thereafter, the objective was to take the propaganda into the courts. However, under Lahore conspiracy case, nobody is going to tell you the in-between story, which I've told you through this book. In jail, there will be multiple protests. Jatin Das will die on the 64th day of his fast for the changes which were going to happen, under the concept of treating Indians better. Irwin Chandrasekhar Azad will try to throw a bomb on Irwin's train on December 1929. He will be then surrounded by the police in February of 1931 in a park in Allahabad. Does anybody know the name of the park? Very, very, very famous park in Allahabad, Prayagraj now. Yes, very good. Alfred Park. Alfred Park, he will get surrounded. Rather than surrendering to the police, he will martyr himself by shooting himself. And this is where we have to reach. Now, in the beginning, I showed you this basic timeline. Now I have to come from a different side and converge at this point, which is the CDM side. I've told you one side, I need to bring you from the other side and converge at 1931. If we all are totally clear about this, we'll talk about Bhagat Singh and then end this topic. Is this making sense to you? And I hope that you got to know something new at least something new today. I don't know how many of you knew about the concept of approver's testimony, but it is the role of the approvers which changed everything, and nobody actually knew who Bhagat Singh was. Now, some of you wanted to know the book name. The name of the book is called The Trial of Bhagat Singh, and it is an optional book for you. Is in no way something which I prescribe to you as for UPSC. But if you are a good reader, if you want to read about history, why not? So A.G. Nurani is the author. Trial of Bhagat Singh, The Politics of Justice, Oxford University Press. Very beautiful written book. 485 more, you will get it in 300 or something. It has very interesting things. For example, the map which was made by Bhagat Singh himself to see what was the route, side plan of Mr. Saunders Chaman Singh murder case. And this was basically the whole plan which was made by Bhagat Singh. It was produced in the court on 17th December 1928. So the police station Anarkali, Lahore. So this book is, see, don't ask me, is this book beneficial? I'm not compelling you to do anything. If you are very interested, it has something for you generally, not prescribed to you by me, just something if you want to read it. That is why reading out important portions out of it, so that you have something new to write, and at least something new. You deserve to know more than what the UPSC wants you to know. At least what you will do is you will read spectrum. So rather, why not this? Okay. Now, the last thing which we need to do before we take a break is Bhagat Singh's own ideology. See, in a way, people talk about Bhagat Singh as a person who talked about individual action. However, Bhagat Singh, by the time he was going to be martyred, his ideas had changed in the sense that he understood that yes, individual action, Inqilab Zindabad, long live the revolution. But if people don't rise, everything does not rise. And this is called what is Marxism? Pavitra, ignore that line. I will tell you that in Russian Revolution. That is Marx's idea, socialist revolution. Now, people tend to talk about Gandhi and Bhagat Singh like verses. That Gandhi versus Bhagat Singh. But it is ironic that Bhagat Singh never spoke anything bad about Gandhi generally, and rather both learned from each other the importance of each other. Gandhi, by for the first time, when I will show you in Gandhi Irwin Pact, Gandhi kept one of his ideals at stake for Bhagat Singh because he knew the importance of Bhagat Singh as a nationalist leader. And Bhagat Singh, after looking at Gandhian politics, realized that Gandhi was also making sense. That the revolution cannot be of individuals, of individual heroic action, but of the masses and by the masses. And this is a very important point, wherein Bhagat Singh's ideology was evolving. He started with this Marxian idea of a very simple, straightforward individual, the HRA type of understanding. But he did understand that until unless the masses don't get involved, the India is never going to get independence. And for the same reason, in these later stages, Bhagat Singh was very instrumental in establishing a lot of different bodies. For example, he will set up the Naujawan Bharat Sabha 1926 in before becoming part of the HSRA itself. He will work with the peasants, workers, students. Bhagat Singh was fully secular also, and this is one point which people forget about Bhagat Singh. As it is, we don't talk about Vivekanand in that sense, and we don't talk about Bhagat Singh also in that sense. 2 out of his 6 rules which he told the students which he used to mentor was that nobody should be linked to communal violence and communal bodies. And he believed that a general feeling of tolerance amongst people is the only thing which matters. From the Lahore Students Union to all his different movements where he's trying to talk about intelligentsia and the concept, he now started to talk about real revolutions in or revolutionary armies in the factories and the villages, which is that the peasant and the worker was the real revolutionary, and he has to take it forward. My biggest plea to you is that much like Vivekanand, Bhagat Singh remains very, very relevant today. But we forget what Bhagat Singh told us, which was that if we are communally charged, and as a youth, if you are looking at the secondary identity of anybody, be it religion, be it caste, be it anything, then you are letting down one of the biggest leaders of Indian national movement. And you can't talk about Bhagat Singh and then also contradict him at the same time. So if people truly believe in Bhagat Singh, then remember that much like Vivekanand and Bhagat Singh both talked about tolerance, talked about the fact that it is the poison of communalism which will destroy India. And unfortunately, we are doing it to ourselves till today in some form or the other. Bhagat Singh's conviction for the nation, his bravery, and his conviction that he was ready to take any consequences. Bhagat Singh did not regret anything. Bhagat Singh did not regret throwing that bomb. Bhagat Singh wanted to show to the British people and to Indians that don't trust the Britishers when it comes to law, because Lahore conspiracy case was a mockery of law. And therefore, something is very clear, that he knew what he was doing. He knew his place in history. And when I'll talk about Gandhi, in fact, I will tell you that one man, the fact that Gandhi was ready to do something for Bhagat Singh is something about Bhagat Singh himself. Now, revolutionary activity was not just about HRA and HSRA. Somewhere I have read, if Gandhi really wanted to help Bhagat Singh, he could have done something by any means. कहाँ पढ़ा है? Where did you read it? Most probably social media. Yes or no? In a book. What is the name of that book? See, what two of you have pointed out is propaganda. I will show it to you. I will show it to you. I will put you in Gandhi's position, and then I will ask you what to do. I will literally take a poll. Literally take a poll. But the fact of the matter is, nothing is at stake. For you at least. But for both Gandhi and Bhagat Singh, India's independence is at stake. So these random books which you are reading, even if the NCRT says something like this, it is completely propaganda-based understanding. Gandhi should have at least tried to save Bhagat Singh by bringing the people together. He had many followers. Kanchana, do you know that Gandhi tried to do that? Have we any understanding? Any understanding that when Gandhi went back, Gandhi took 11 points with him. Last point was remission of the death sentence of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru. Did you know that? No. So stop judging people without information. I'll tell you that. Don't worry. Sab hoga. Doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani. Everything will be done. Don't worry about that. We'll see that. We'll see that. But everyone says the biggest mistake of Gandhi life was not stopping Bhagat Singh. As I said, enough tomatoes I will give you to throw on the face of Gandhi. First, let me reach there. Enough. Tabada tokri. I'll give you the liberty of abusing him also. First, let me reach there. I will ask you something that will tell me your orientation, and it's an ethical question. So don't worry about that. Now, just to complete the revolutionary story, it's not that HRA and HSRA were the only bodies. They were the two major bodies. We also have in Bengal a very important person called Surya Sen, who's part of the larger Bengal tradition of revolutionaries. So after C.R. Das's death, you have J.M. Sen-Gupta and Subhash Chandra Bose, who will resurrect revolutionary activities in the whole of Bengal sector. And there was a major attempt in which Charles Tegard, a notorious Calcutta police commissioner, who was shot by Gopinath Saha, but unfortunately someone else got shot, not Charles Tegard. But the biggest revolutionary activity which has been known in Bengal is called the Chittagong Raid. It's called the Chittagong Raid. The Chittagong Raid was actually done by a person called Surya Sen. Again, very towering person. Unfortunately, people don't talk about him that much as people should talk about him. People don't talk about him. It is during the non-cooperation movement that he was a teacher in Chittagong and was very, very instrumental in spreading the message of the NCM between 1926 to 28. Very disillusioned by how Gandhi took back the movement itself. And he was also the secretary of the Chittagong District Congress Committee. Loved poetry, admirer of both Narul Islam and Tagore. he will make a very small band of people with him, which is Anand Singh, Ganesh Ghosh, and Loknath Baul. And these four will do something which the British had never expected. In Chittagong, there's an armory. In April of 1930, there's an armory. Armory means it was a major armory of guns and ammunitions. And basically, Sen decided to organize an armed rebellion along with his associates to take that Chittagong armory away from the British. With two main groups and 6 revolutionaries, Ganesh Ghosh will capture the police armory with the slogans what Bhagat Singh was saying, which is Inqilab Zindabad, down with imperialism, Gandhi Raj has been established. You can see how people are reconciling both together. And another 10 with Loknath Baul will capture the auxiliary, which is the secondary armory, with 303 army rifles. But unfortunately, the rifles were there, but the ammunition wasn't. And the story of this whole sector is that they will destroy the telephone lines, telegraph lines. They will basically destroy all British rule for close to 2 years in Chittagong. And this will be a very big issue with the British. 65 activists, along with what we call as a banner of Indian Republican Army. Chittagong branch now became the controller of the Chittagong Armory itself. The raid was very successful also. They will hoist the national flag. However, later when the villagers and the governments will try to target them, when the army will be used on them, Sen will be arrested in 1933 and he will be martyred in 1934. But the Chittagong Armory raid till today, April 1930, is considered the most successful takeover of an British institution, an area for 2 years. The last is women's participation. It's not that all revolutionaries were men. We have multiple prominent women who made sure that they put a bullet into the chest of a Britisher. First is Preetilata Vadedar, who conducted and rather who died conducting a raid on the Railway Institute in Pahartali. Kalpana Datta was one of the associates of Surya Sen and she will be given life sentence later. 1931, Shanti Ghosh and Suniti Chanderi, two schoolgirls, will shoot the district magistrate. And the most interesting is Beena Das, 1932. Have to remember their names. Kalpana Datta or Kalpana Joshi, both is used. Shanti Ghosh and Suniti Chanderi. And Beena Das, she took a 3-year course to just meet the governor who was going to give her the degree, and she shot the governor at point blank. So whilst she was taking the certificate, she took out the gun and shot the governor. These are the real Indians. This is the power of the revolutionaries. They knew that nothing big was going to happen after doing this. But they deserve the space in our national imagination because they are the ones who are ready to get shot back with nothing which they were asking from the nation. So be very, very clear that next time when you call yourself a nationalist, remember who the true nationalists were and what they were ready to do for this nation. With this, we finish the first part of the discussion. When we come back, we will start the story of the civil disobedience movement. Most probably we'll stop around, I don't know, 1.5 hours, close to 1.5 hours we have. We'll be able to do first roundtable conference, second roundtable conference, Gandhi impact at least will reach. We'll see. The point is, after this, if I don't stop, I will then be able to only give you a break. I don't know where. This is the transition point. Because I don't want to break CDM story. As it is, this is not a democracy. I tell you when to stop, and I'm telling you we'll stop here. So process. I'll give you this timeline in front of you. and you can think about these moments. The other timeline from the top I will bring towards you. So it is 7:32. I take it as 35, and we come back at 7:50. Seven, yes, seven. No, six, six, 6:50. Right? See, 35, 15, 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Now we start a new timeline, and this is the timeline which we are going to cover. I'm making the new timeline for you. Okay. This is most probably today and tomorrow's first 10-15 minutes or half an hour. We start in 1928, in October 1929. Then from October 1929, we go to November 1929, then December 1929. And once you've covered this portion, now comes the interesting. You have what we call as the month of April 1930, March, April. Thereafter, we have the year 1931, 1932, 1933, and 1934. Here, this is called Nehru Report. This is called Irwin's Declaration. Or the Pavali Declaration. Then this is called Delhi Manifesto. And after Delhi Manifesto, we go to the story of Purna Swaraj. Purna Swaraj Resolution or Lahore Session. Thereafter, March April 1930 is the 11-point ultimatum and Dandi March. And the CDM Phase 1 launched. Also the month of the Roundtable Conference, first Roundtable Conference or RTC. Round Table Conference. Then 1931 is Gandhi Irwin Pact and the concept of Round Table Conference 2. Then 1932 is CDM Phase 2 Roundtable Conference 3rd and launch of Gandhi Harijan campaign. 1933 is CDM suspended and 1933 CDM is withdrawn. And the product of this is going to be something we discuss tomorrow, which is called Government of India Act, last 1935. So this is basically the story which we have to now cover. And you can see that the other story which we've discussed, convergence here, which is the revolutionary story. Revolutionary activities, part 2. Both stories will converge here. And if you understand this basic idea, I would like to now discuss the first phase, which is Gandhi Irwin Pact, or rather Irwin Declaration and everything order. We don't have any class about Subhash Chandra Bose. There is a whole class called Gandhi versus Bose. We'll discuss that. INA will also be discussed in one class. So don't jump the gun. Don't judge before you know. So don't worry about that. Can we start our story now? Is everybody alive? Is everybody fine? Yes. Okay. Now pay attention. Now pay attention. If you remember, Nehru report said a very interesting line. Motilal Nehru and Nehru report, if you remember, said what is the concept of, it said that we want dominion status. And dominion status is something which was never decided, was never implied. But from the period of Dadabhai Naoroji Swaraj within the British rule, or for example, what the Home Rule League talked about, dominion is something which we were not very clear about in what we wanted. And that is why the INC filled with all the members which you love and know, they are talking about dominion status, and it is accepted also. Dominion status is basically the concept of partial independence. And we had a discussion yesterday that it would mean that India would become an extension or be part of the larger concept of the United Kingdoms. And that is why they call it United Kingdom. India would be one more kingdom. We would remain under the crown. And this is basically the concept of Swaraj within the empire, or a more sanitized word which is called Commonwealth. Not your wealth, my wealth, Commonwealth of the crown. Now, this was something which infuriated the younger members quite a lot, Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru. And in October of 1929, 1 year after the Nehru report came, now the British were again in that mood to pacify Indians. It's the carrot which they were going to give. And Irwin was given this mandate that he should create a little bit of better relationship between the Indians and the Britishers. 1930s, this period is very, very dangerous because 1929 you have the Great Depression. The Great Depression is an all global crash of market. It's a global crash of market. It will start from the New York Stock Exchange and will go out across the world itself. Why, sir? The answer is world history. It's the after war, there will always be a crash because war creates artificial demand, and therefore it will obviously lead to a correction. That correction always leads to inflation and thereafter a deflationary spiral, if you understand what I'm trying to say. If you don't, have to wait for world history. The fact is, the world goes now into a deflationary cycle because of the fact that there was artificial demand increase, demand adjust, supply will try to adjust, and there will be a lot of unemployment which will spread. The world is now is now seeing a Great Depression. It's like the 2008 recession, but much bigger, much more ubiquitous across the world itself. So the Great Depression hits. So the mandate was that try to keep the Indian colony active and cooperative as resources are needed. If your mother gives you 50 rupees every day and your father gives you 500 rupees per day, you will never value that 50 rupees. But the day your father will stop giving you that 500, you will value that 50 rupees. So in the Great Depression, the British had now become very aggressive, but they will realize that India should not be lost during the Great Depression. So based on that concept, now comes what is called the Deepavali Declaration or Irwin Declaration. He made this declaration in his Diwali Declaration in 1929, October 31st October 1929. And now the British are going to play a game. Now British are going to play a game. The game was that till this point, till Nehru report, nobody had ever, through a report, ever said dominion status. But now Irwin will say in the Deepavali Declaration, ultimate purpose of the British in India is to give it dominion status. So basically, whatever you don't ask for, when you want to ask for it, they don't give it. Later, they will give it to you. So now, what the British has done is they've just said, "Bhai, tum nahi bola tha. You only said you want dominion status. So okay, we will give you dominion status." And he said in 1930, when Simon Commission is going to submit the report, we will have round table conferences in London to discuss this. So basically, what Irwin has done is that he has now in October of 1929 said that in 1930 round table conferences will happen which will discuss dominion status concept. Now, to be very clear, Irwin has not said when will they give it to us, how will they give it to us, in what form they will give it to us, and what is the timeline or basic idea. So it's like Irwin said, you want dominion status? Okay, I change my target from Morley to where we had Swaraj. Basically, it is exactly Montague's declaration, but they have changed the wording. Montague declaration said Swaraj within the empire, representative government within the empire. He is now just given the word which Motilal Nehru used, which is dominion status. It's exactly the same thing. The word dominion has been now used for the first time. But now Irwin did not say when, why, how. When, why, how. So Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose now start to think, ये कब हो गया? That since when are we fighting for dominion status? They were like, they are both socialist leaders. They're like, we were fighting for complete independence. Now, since when has the target become dominion? And Nehru goes to Gandhi and says, this is not part of the plan. This is not part of the plan. We want complete independence. We want complete independence. We don't want this type of dominion and all. So Gandhi says to Nehru that give the British a chance. If we are able to get something out of this, let's go with dominion. If not, if this effort fails, I give you free hand, change the target of the INC. Now, based on this idea that let's give the British a chance, in November of 1929, there will be an all-party conference which will be held at Delhi. And at this meeting, a manifesto will be released, which is called the Delhi Manifesto, or what is called the Delhi Declaration. And now the INC says, INC or all parties says, you want to give us dominion. This is what Irwin is saying, yes or no? Irwin is saying that they want to give us dominion. Yes or no? This is what Irwin is saying. Yes. So the all party conference Delhi Declaration says, to de do. Give it to us. You want dominion? Okay, give it to us. Give it to us right now. The all party conference says that this round table conference you're talking about, it should be not about how are you, okay, how has been British rule, tell me something about yourself. No. We are not going to travel to London for you to ask, acha kaisa chal raha hai? Sab mast? No. We are not going to sit in London thinking that, acha, let's talk about dominion right now. They said that if you are actually thinking about roundtable conferences within the next 3 months, then do one thing. Then tell us how you are going to give it to us. Create a constituent assembly in roundtable conferences and give it to us right now. Abhi, give it to us right now. We'll be happy to take dominion. We asked for it also in Nehru report. This was the chance which Gandhi wanted to give to INC. Jawaharlal Nehru is looking from the side along with Subhash Chandra Bose. They are looking at this drama happening, and all party conference Delhi manifesto says, give it to us right now. Now there's a delegation which goes with Gandhi to Irwin. You said you wanted to give us something. Irwin said, we will meet, we will think, we will talk. No, not now. Not now, because this is basically backfired on Irwin really bad. He said, ultimate purpose dominion. They said, de do. Literally backfired on Irwin. Irwin says, no. Ye, cheating ho raha hai. This is not the way this is going to happen. We will meet, we will talk about it. Now, as soon as Irwin says that we will meet and talk about it, now, this is a master stroke of the INC that way. They said, give it to us right now. Now, Gandhi says to Nehru, go ahead. And what Nehru will do is, once Jawaharlal Nehru will realize and Gandhi will realize that the Irwin Declaration was just one big lollipop which they were giving us, and they were not serious about anything. Now, Jawaharlal Nehru will get elected as the president of the Lahore, the most iconic of all INC sessions, Lahore session of the INC in December of 1929. And he will now say, we gave British a chance to give us dominion, but now we don't want dominion. We want Purna Swaraj. And this is called the Lahore session, December of 1929, Purna Swaraj resolution. He will say that we will celebrate 26th January 1930 as our first Independence Day, but now we don't want this lollipop called dominion status. We want complete independence. And now what happens is Motilal Nehru and this old guard basically is going to become irrelevant. Because now Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose will become the two most important pillars of the INC, talking about this new phase. And now Nehru will say to Gandhi, I give you a free hand. You can now decide when and where you want to start a movement for an all India civil disobedience, or a movement which would then make us achieve this Purna Swaraj. And Gandhi will then give his very iconic January of 1930 11-point ultimatum, which I'll come to. So what I want to discuss right now is this first chunk. October, November, December. Can I do that? And then we'll go to 11-point ultimatum and start CDM. Yes? Okay, perfect. So Irwin on 31st October 1929 says the following lines. On Sir John Simon, sir exists, he does not deserve that. On John Simon's suggestion, the British now decide under their minister, Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, that there should be a conference which should be organized with constitutional changes in mind. And Irwin, based on that conversation, will now give what is called the famous policy that, or the objective of British policy was to give dominion status to India, and a round table conference would be held in London after Simon Commission had reported the new developments after Government of India Act 1919 working. Now, before Simon Commission report came out, the declaration was made by Irwin itself, and it was a combined effort of the Labour Party, which is Ramsay MacDonald, and the Conservative Viceroy Irwin to figure out something during the Great Depression. And it was to restore the ultimate purpose of British faith standard thing. Dominion status was being promised by Irwin, would however be not be available for a long time. And this was nothing but a way of creating a little bit of buzz, nothing more, nothing less. Now, based on this, the Delhi Manifesto will be created on 2nd October 1929. A conference of prominent national leaders will put forward certain conditions to attend this roundtable conference. The first one being that the purpose of the roundtable conference should not be to determine whether or when to give dominion status, but to formulate a constitution for implementing dominion status through a constituent assembly. The principle of dominion should be immediately accepted. The Congress should be given a majority in creating that constituent assembly, and all political prisoners who have been put into jail should be taken out. Now, Gandhi, along with Motilal Nehru and other leaders, will then meet Irwin in December 1929, before which Chandrasekhar Azad had actually thrown the bomb on the same train through which he was going to meet Gandhi. The story starts to converge. And they asked that what is the purpose of the roundtable conference? Is it to schedule a constitution for dominion status? And Irwin rejected the demands put forward by the Delhi Manifesto. And what follows is the famous Purna Swaraj resolution. At the Lahore session of the INC, where Jawaharlal Nehru was the president, they said we will boycott roundtable conferences. Complete independence was the aim of the Congress. Congress Working Committee had now authorized Gandhi to launch civil disobedience, which would be no tax campaign and multiple things across India. And on 26 January 1930, we will celebrate our first Swaraj Day and the first independence. That is why the importance of 26 January, on which we now do have a Republic Day. Now I'm moving to the other side, which is first part is done, Purna Swaraj resolution. Can I go to the movement towards CDM or CDM itself? Can we do that? The name Deepavali because it was done on Diwali declaration of Irwin. On Diwali, he gave us this bomb called dominion status. Okay. Now Gandhi gave the British an ultimatum that if by 31st January 1930, all of these demands are accepted by the British, this is his last way. If they get accepted, okay. If they don't get accepted, he will launch a civil disobedience movement. And this is called the 11-point ultimatum to the British. And in this ultimatum, he had multiple demands. Do not learn this. Do not learn. But let's look at the demands. Reduce the expenditure on army civil services by 50%. introduce total prohibition, carry out reforms in Criminal Investigation Department, CID, change Arms Act allowing popular control of issue of firearms and licenses, release political prisoners, and accept what is called Postal Reservation Bill, which gives which gives which reserves posts for Indian. He further says reduce the rupee sterling exchange ratio, which should be now at 1 sterling 4 dime. Basically, this is 1 rupee 4 paisa type concept. You don't need to know it. Dime and the concept of sterling dollar. And introduce textile protection, reserve coastal shipping for Indians, which is all things should be done by Indians along the coast of India, reduce land revenue by 50%, and the most important, abolish salt tax and salt monopoly. With no positive response from the government, the CWC invested Gandhi with full powers to launch a civil disobedience movement, which by February end Gandhi was contemplating. And now comes our most important moment, which is civil disobedience movement. Prohibition means liquor prohibition. Now, can I discuss civil disobedience? What is salt tax, salt law? I'm coming to that. I have to discuss with you now civil disobedience. We have now created, we are coming to Bhagat Singh point. For that, we have to reach second roundtable conference. Be patient. Don't worry about that. Enough will be told to you. Now, civil services 50% means 50% of the people should be in civil services should be Indian. If acts are accepted, if 11-point ultimatum is accepted, obviously it was not going to. The fact was Gandhi was going to now launch a civil disobedience. Now pay attention. Now Gandhi had used Khilafat and Punjab wrongs during the used Rowlatt in 1919. He had used Khilafat and Punjab wrongs in 1920. But as of right now, there's no all India issue. It's not that the British have done something very big major right now, except for the Irwin Declaration. So now Gandhi does not choose non-cooperation or satyagrah straight. He chooses civil disobedience. And Gandhi wanted to now show to the British that their laws are meaningless. And as it is, law or legal sphere was something which the British used to talk about quite a lot. So now Gandhi chooses a law which is called salt law. Salt law says three things. First, Indians cannot produce salt for commercial or what we call as personal use. Only British can, and if needed, Spanish and Italian salt was imported. Now imagine an India, a nation with or a continent with 7,518 kilometers of coastal line, and we can't produce salt. We can't produce salt. The fact of the matter was there was a salt tax, and taxing salt is like taxing air. It everybody has to pay it, and Spanish and Italian salt was very expensive. And Gandhi targeting salt law had three very important concepts. See, Gandhi can't talk about khadi because khadi is very expensive. Till today, people don't buy khadi very quickly because it's a very, very expensive concept. Very, very expensive concept. Salt is something which unites everybody, which is what we call as the concept of rich, poor, Hindu, Muslim, any anybody, the whole population, religion, caste, whatever it may be, salt is consumed by everyone. And with salt being consumed by everyone, if this tax is challenged, then essentially everybody can do it more or less. Meaning coastal towns, coastal states, or coastal areas can break this law very easily because they have access to the sea. And in a way, salt law impacts everyone. It's a very trivial act, but it's an act which impacts everybody. It should have been, and it had to be somebody's tax, which had to be very straightforward, and should not be like go and murder the British. Should be something which is small but not very long jail for it also. Now Gandhi is sitting in Ahmedabad. Gandhi is sitting in Ahmedabad. Now, if Gandhi wanted, he could have easily gone to Surat. Now you see Gandhi's strategy. It would have taken him 2 to 3 days. Gandhi now plans what is called as the Dandi March. He said that on 30th March, 1 second, exact, 12th March, he will start walking from this sector, from Sabarmati itself, and he is near this Ahmedabad sector. So his idea is, I will start from Sabarmati, and Surat is only 2 to 3 days away maximum. If he walks to it, 2 to 3 days away. But Gandhi very categorically chose Dandi. He chose Dandi because it would have taken him close to a month to reach there. What is the significance of 6th April? What is the significance of 6th April? Significance of 6th April. It's the same exact date on which the All India Hartal was launched in Rowlatt Satyagraha. Very good. So he's now using the same date. So Gandhi will take close to 24-25 days to reach. Now this is the master of Gandhi. If Gandhi starts from Sabarmati, he goes to Surat. In a country where there's no WhatsApp, there's no email, there's no electronic media, would anybody have got to know about what Gandhi is doing with 78 people? No. So he chooses a long journey so that wherever he goes from, people get to know and get inspired. Now Gandhi does one more thing. Dandi is a place. Now Gandhi does what he does is he takes the plan of Dandi March and gives it to the British. That I will start on 12th, I will reach on 6th. Do what you want to do, but I will break the salt law. So he told the British also. Now the point is, can the British arrest him between 12th to 6th? They can't, because he is saying that I will break the law. I will also say that I break the law. You have to literally break the law. So now the British know that he is going to do it. And now Gandhi creates a spectacle out of this very small moment he's going to do. Gandhi will take 78 people with him on the Dandi March, with Sarojini Naidu by her side. The idea was very simple. Start from Sabarmati, go till Dandi, break the salt law, and then move to Darsana. Darsana is a salt factory near Dandi in which a lot of salt was made. Now, obviously, by now this point of time, you should understand Gandhi does not do anything randomly. He does it as a form of creating a buzz. And this categorical call of going between Sabarmati and Dandi, this large, long, close to 200, 300 kilo, what we call mile journey, was very specifically to bring everybody together. And the idea is very simple. The idea is very, very simple, that I will start on 12th March, I will reach on 6th April 1930. And at the concept of at Dandi, I will break the law. Now, Gandhi does it. He takes a little bit of the water of the sea, he boils it, or he basically uses the sun to remove the water, evaporate the water, and he makes salt. One pinch of salt. One pinch of salt. One pinch of salt. As soon as he does it, Gandhi gets arrested. Gandhi gets arrested. But that was the plan. Now, as soon as Gandhi gets arrested, the civil disobedience movement now starts to happen across India. Remember, as Gandhi is doing this, one section of the Indian population is ready to go to, or one section of leaders were traveling to London for the first roundtable conference, which was going to happen by November of 1930. So the fact of the matter was, Gandhi knew what he was doing. The next leg of going from Dandi to Dharsana was given to Sarojini Naidu and Imam Sahib, and it was given the task that they would go and do the next leg. Now, Gandhi did not do something very big. He just broken the salt law. But by doing that, he had now shown that we can all do civil disobedience in our own form. And the beauty of the civil disobedience movement is it took multiple forms. For example, you have the concept of Dandi March, that is breaking the salt law. But if you are in UP, if you are in Bihar, if you are in northern India, how do you break the salt law? Is that an issue? The problem is you can't break the salt law. So they went for no rent campaign. They said we will not pay to the British in parts of United Provinces and Bihar. In one place, it was the concept of no Chaukidari tax. People were taxed for chaukidars which used to be appointed for the village. They said we will not pay any chaukidari tax. There will be 2 more Dandi marches. One on the Malabar coast, the other one on the Coromandel coast. There will be multiple moments in which boycott will start. Boycott of institutions and goods. The 11-point ultimatum was going to become very big issue for the British, because now it will become an all India level movement. And this is the beauty of Gandhian movement. His scale is becoming bigger. From starting with Rowlatt, with becoming non-cooperation, now he has the scale of all India. From boycott of goods in Bengal and in institutions there, from salt lobby broken all across the coast itself, to no Chaukidari tax itself, to no campaign. Chaukidari tax was a tax which was paid by people of villages to the zamindars for protection. There will be 2 more Dandi marches done across the Malabar coast and the Coromandel coast. Women will come in multiple numbers. Women participation and the concept of what we call as student participation. is going to be through the roof itself. And a very important concept which happens at this point of time is that the national flag now becomes a symbol of resistance. And if that was not enough, the fact of the matter was that in the Assam sector, there's something called the Cunningham Circular, in which people had to give what we call as character certificate. You would have got it from your school also, that he has good character. That good character certificate had to be given by every student in Assam. So therefore, the Cunningham Circular said that. So there was a boycott of that also. The fact of the matter was Gandhi had done something which no leader had done before this, except for him, was he had brought the nation together and given them something to do. After the disappointment of 1922, after 8 years, Gandhi saw the people ready, and now by doing the Dandi March, he had now created precedents for everybody's Dandi to be different. Women, students, lawyers, professionals, multiple forms it took everywhere. And it is truly an all India level movement. Now, whatever I've written here, I want to show it to you. You have to write these points, but I want to show it to you so that you can just read with me this part, which is the multiple forms. And then I'll tell you what is the consequence of this. Can I do that? Can I do that? Can I read this basic part to you, which is the multiple forms of all India level movement? Okay. So you see, Gandhi chose salt because salt was something which impacted everybody. It is universal. It is concrete. It impacts poor. It impacts everybody. Khadi is very expensive for the poor. So everybody can use this symbolic, what we call as symbol of violence, a symbol of oppression for their own understanding. So it impacts everybody. Now the British regulation said that only the British could produce salt, forbidden Indians to manufacture salt. And large scale arrest had happened during anti-Simon Commission movement when people tried to do it, they tried to break this law. 1929 to 33, Great Depression had affected all capitalist countries, including India. Widespread protest, poverty, and unrest was there everywhere. Now, on 2nd March 1930, Gandhi sent a small message to Irwin, I am going to do this. And the plan was that Gandhi, along with 78 members, will start from Sabarmati in Ahmedabad and go till the Gujarat coast, Dandi, 240 miles away. Reaching at the coast of Gandhi, the salt law will be violated on the beaches of Dandi. And even before the march began, thousands of people now were ready to go with Gandhi to Dandi. Now imagine 50, 60,000 people walking behind Gandhi and the spectacle it would have created. Covered in every newspaper, covered all across India, the level of enthusiasm and level of what we call as expression was unparalleled at this point of time. Thereafter, Gandhi had already given the instructions. This was Gandhi's instructions about what to do after he gets arrested. And what Gandhi had said was, do salt satyagrah wherever possible, which is break the salt law. Picket liquor shops and cloth shops. Refuse to pay taxes if you have the strength to do it. Lawyers should give up practice. Public should boycott law institutions which are British related. Government servants, if possible, should resign from their post, which is a very big thing. All this is subject to the fact that truth and non-violence should be followed everywhere. And local leaders should take leadership as soon as Gandhi gets arrested. Now Gandhi does his iconic Dandi March and breaks the salt law. And by breaking the salt law on 6th April in Dandi, this will become a symbol of India's people to revoke and remove the British made laws and therefore British rule itself. Gandhi openly asked the people to make salt wherever sea water was available. There will be appeal across the sector. 300 villages where he had crossed from. The people involved with the British government resigned. Congress workers had now become the grassroots level leaders itself. And now the people knew what to do. This is the beauty of Gandhian movement. He trained everybody what to do if the main leader is not there. Now, what they can ask you from this area is, what are the features of the civil disobedience movement? What are the features of the non-cooperation movement? Standard features. This is what you have to write. That's it. This is the only thing which you write. 5 points. I'm just telling you your own story. You should know about it. Now, peasant movement will start in certain areas of UP and Bihar. In United Provinces, no revenue, no rent campaign started. In the no rent part, if the zamindar was pro-British, you don't pay him. But if the zamindar is anti-British, you pay him, but the zamindar does not pay to the British. The public will boycott law courts. Government servants will also resign from the post. Socialist activists such as Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay will persuade Gandhiji not to keep this protest to only men and allow women to become a part of it. Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay herself courted arrest multiple times by breaking the salt law and liquor laws. And later, she was also the member along with Avantika Bai Gokhale, who's the wife of Gopal Krishna Gokhale, and her and what we call as Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay and Avantika Bai Gokhale will break the law on the Bombay beach itself. Swadeshi goods will become very popular. The import will again fall, hurting the British. The national flag will now become a moment of honor and a way of expressing our nationalism. And again, we have no respect for the national flag, which we should have, because there are two instances where people died so as to protect the flag from being trampled or taken by the British. One such hero is T.N. Naidu at Bundur. He will be beaten unconscious by 15 policemen when they try to take the flag away from him, but he will hold on to the flag and be beaten unconscious, but will not leave his grip over the flag. In Surat, groups of children will start to now paste the Indian flag on different police and institutions. The national flag will now become the spirit of our resistance. In villages, we will have till today, there are certain villages which follow it, which is what is called as Prabhat Fairies. At Prabhat Fairies, nationalist songs were sung by everybody. And you have what we call as the Vanar Sena, with the children wanted to be part of Gandhi's Vanar Sena. And equivalent in women for girl child was Manjari Sena. So you see, children wanted to be part of this nationalist fervor by saying that if Gandhi is there to destroy the Lanka of the British, we are the Vanar Sena, we will help them. There will be one more instance. There will be one more instance. Tripuru Kamaran, who will basically die because he will not be ready to give up the flag. He was a very important member of the revolutionary bodies in this sector, and he will be assaulted by the police on the banks of the Noyal River in Tripuru. On 11th January 1932, he will die holding the national flag, and till today we remember him as the Kumaran who protected the flag. Again, telling you that our independence came at a cost. It's not a joke. We all buy these national flags on 26th January, on 15th August, and then we forget it. People were beaten to death for holding it and protecting it. If this was not enough, the spread of this movement was multifold. From Bhagalpur, where we will have the anti-Chaukidari tax campaign by Rajendra Prasad and Abdul Bari, to Champaran and Saran, where salt satyagraha will be done by bringing seawater there. In northwestern frontier province, we have Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, who's considered as frontier Gandhi, and his very important group called the Khudai Khidmatgar, Khidmatgar, Khidmatgar. His group of Khudai Khidmatgars are going to go around helping people. In Tamil Nadu, C. Rajagopalachari will organize a Dandi type movement from Tiruchirappalli to Vediram. And in Malabar coast, on the Kerala coast, we will have K.K. Nair, who will do the same thing in what is called as the Vaikom Satyagraha. Further, P. Krishna Pillai who will be later the founder of the Kerala Communist Party. He will defend the national flag in the face of the police lathi charge, which will happen on the Calicut beach in November of 1930. In Orissa, Gopal Bandhu Chaudhary will become the leader who will take the salt satyagraha at the Balasore, Cuttack and Puri districts itself. In Bengal, the Calcutta Corporation elections, the Bengal Congress will perform very well and hoist the Indian flag. And at Darsana, Sarojini Naidu, Imam Sahib and Manilal Gandhi will be literally beaten unconscious when they will try to raid the Darsana salt works. The fact of the matter is, if you go to Assam, you have the Cunningham Circular, which wanted good certificate for students. They will boycott it and not furnish anything. In Nagaland sector, we will have Rani Kanlui, who will basically become a very important movement. She basically took the CDM or gave the CDM a new form itself in Nagaland sector. And she will be later called Rani. This title Rani is given by Jawaharlal Nehru when she was released in 1936-37 from the Shillong jail itself. In Andhra Pradesh, from Godavari, Krishna, Guntur to Sholapur, where textile workers will go on a strike. The fact of the matter is, this is truly an all India level movement with peasants, workers, women, students, everybody together. What will be missing is obviously Hindu-Muslim unity. However, Gandhi had shown that if you actually bring everybody together, things can change. So for the purpose of the examination, you deserve to know the story, but for sure, purpose of the examination, if you write any of these features under the concept of all India level movement, you will be able to write a good answer. If we are clear about CDM and its multiple forms, how it took different forms itself, I would want to now discuss the first and second roundtable conference and at least the Gandhi-Irwin Pact after I give you a 5-minute breather. I can give you a 5-minute breather here because then I want to have a very serious discussion with you with regards to first roundtable conference, second roundtable conference. I hope that CDM shows you a new progression in Indian history, and that was quite important in that sense. See, it's not that all Muslims did not support. Muslim League and Muslim representative bodies remained away from the CDM because the British were now changing their strategy towards that. We'll discuss that because Jinnah wanted to go to London, so he had this urge to go to London to roundtable conferences, and obviously they will stay away. We'll take a breather here. We'll come back at what? 7:55. And we'll take the story forward. This is the most important part now. That is something which you can write, I hope. This is where the technical part comes in. Can we discuss that once we are back? Yes? Perfect. You can only chat. No, can't speak if all of you start to speak at the same time. Karthik Raj, imagine what is going to happen. Okay, can we start? Now, whilst all of this is happening, 1930, 31, and 32, three roundtable conferences will happen. Now, the first roundtable conference, straightforward, INC did not go because the CDM is at full swing. At full swing. Everybody is celebrating national flag here, national flag there. The British are under pressure right now. British are under pressure. And now, when the first roundtable conference happens in London, this is a very important moment because for the first time, the British have seen Indians as stakeholders. So they're treating every group as equal. It is a stakeholder based idea. And all parties of India had been called from Muslim League. If you are yourself a party, you can go to London. You can go to London and represent yourself only. So it will happen in the Buckingham Palace in London. It's a spectacle. Everything is perfect. Civil disobedience movement has much bigger contribution. All of India, every part of India is celebrating civil disobedience. And stakeholder means that you are a important member of a negotiation, equal stakeholder. Now, when the first roundtable conference happens, everybody says, kuch phika hai. Maza nahi aa raha. They were like, okay, everybody is here, but the INC is not there. Everybody said, okay, very good, London, good weather, but roundtable conferences make no sense if the Indian National Congress does not take part of. It's basically like eating something with the main vegetables gone itself, having matar paneer without the paneer. So basically, or in a very good way, dish without salt. Not salt, but it's matar paneer without paneer. Butter chicken without chicken. Then it's just a gravy. And that is basically the first roundtable conference. Everybody says good initiative, acha laga, very good. Good food, good hotel. But INC is not here, so what do we discuss? And held between November and January of 1931, for the first time, British and Indians were on the same table. Civil disobedience movement was carried out in the background. We were boycotting it because we said we want something. We want dominion right now. Even 11-point ultimatum not accepted. So our very aspirational child called Jinha, with a twinkle in his eyes, he will go to London. He will see the hustle and bustle of London. He will be very happy that he was part of something. And you can see, he'll be everywhere. But virtually every delegate will say that the Congress is not here. It is meaningless. So now, British Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald will say to Irwin, do something. Our party is very, very empty without the INC. Now, in the first roundtable conference, multiple people went. You can obviously you have Jinha. That is not a surprise. 89 members were invited. Remember 2-3 things. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who had now risen to become a very important depressed class leader, we will talk about him later, was the one who attended all 3 of these conferences. And women, Begum Jahanara Shahnawaz, coming from a princely state, she was also the one who will become the second member to be in all 3 conferences. You will have from Sindh, princely states, Sikhs, Justice Party, Labour Party, landlords, everything, but the INC is missing. Now, Irwin was given a concept that now let the INC or convince the INC to be a part of the roundtable conference, because roundtable conference without the INC makes no sense. So do we understand that the first roundtable conference is a failure because INC is not there? So who do you negotiate with? You don't negotiate with the people who are there generally. Now, two things converge together. Since 6th April 1930, the CDM was happening. But by the end of the 1930 period and early 1931, the British had started to become very aggressive. 80,000 people had been arrested by the British as satyagrahis. People were being beaten up. People were dying. And now you see Gandhi can see something. What is this moment in a movement? What we see in the early 1931, late 1931 period. What is it called? It's called the overheating of the movement. So by January of 1931, after exact close to a year, people were seeing fatigue. There is overheating. Police is doing more and more violence. British is becoming more and more aggressive. Now Gandhi can see that roundtable conference happened in the background. INC also needs to be a part of it because it makes no sense. And we can't sustain this movement for too long. So Gandhi was looking for a truce. Struggle, truce, struggle. Gandhi was looking for a truce. And now Irwin came in his lap and gave him that truce. And that truce was Irwin will contact Gandhi. And he will say, roundtable conferences are nothing without you. So we want that INC should come to the second roundtable conference. And Irwin actually was later criticized by Ramsay MacDonald, Churchill, like anything, that we did not ask you to basically go and become flat in front of Gandhi. But he said, whatever demands you bring in, I am ready to accept them subject to certain things. If you agree that INC will become part of the second roundtable conference, I am ready to accept the demands you put forward. Now, the demands which Gandhi puts forward on 5th March 1931, which is believed for the first time the INC was talking to the British in equal footing, and Gandhi was considered the person who represents India in that way. First time an Indian leader was sitting in front of Gandhi, in front of Irwin, like Rocky Bhai or any other actor in a movie. He was there to negotiate, and Irwin was ready to accept more or less anything, but he will create a dilemma for Gandhi. The CWC will say, Gandhi represents us. Whatever Gandhi says, if you accept it, we will go forward with going to the second roundtable conference. Now, Gandhi's demands were, and Irwin was ready to accept the following demands, or Gandhi's first demand was public inquiry into police excesses, meaning wherever police has beaten up people, there should be an inquiry. Second, he said Bhagat Singh and his comrades should be remitted of death sentence, and they should be given life imprisonment, but don't hang them. He said release all political prisoners, which is 80,000 people, remit all fines which you were going to collect later, give it back to the people, return all land which has been confiscated, do lenient treatment to government servants who had resigned, right to picketing, peaceful and non-aggression, withdrawal of all ordinances, salt law should be amended and people should be able to produce it for personal consumption, peaceful agitation against liquor allowed, and confiscated property should be given back. Now, Gandhi has taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 demands. Now, Irwin creates an issue. Irwin says that if Gandhi is ready to suspend the civil disobedience movement, which Gandhi was itching to, and agrees that Gandhi represents the INC to the second roundtable conference, he is ready to accept 8 demands, but not these 2. Irwin was ready to accept all demands except no inquiry into the police and Bhagat Singh's clause. Now Gandhi sits there with a conundrum. He wants a truce. CDM is overheating. People are losing faith. 8 demands are getting accepted. 2 demands are not getting accepted. One thing is very clear, that Irwin had a personal animosity against Bhagat Singh. He was not going to accept that one demand for sure. Now it is 3 people versus 80,000 satyagrahis who will be released immediately. People can do salt. Peasants will be returned their property back. They will be remitted their what we call as rent or fines. People can do peaceful protest. Irwin is accepting everything which Gandhi has given except for 2 demands. Now I leave it to you. You are in now Gandhi's position. A, accept. B, do not accept. If he accepts, Bhagat Singh is going to die. If he does not accept, still Bhagat Singh dies, but all 8 demands will be gone. So I leave it to your judgment. Think about it. I'm giving you a minute. Think about it. You tell me. A, he accepts. B, don't accept. Gandhi, you are Gandhi sitting in front of Irwin. 10 demands, 8 will be accepted, 2 will not be accepted. If he does not accept the 2 or he does not accept the 8, as it is, nothing is going to happen generally. CDM is overheating, truce is needed, police is doing excesses, people are dying. Now I leave it to you and your morality. For the people who said to me that Gandhi could have saved Bhagat Singh, your chance is here. Save Bhagat Singh. Save Bhagat Singh because you are Gandhi right now. %73 of you, close to 100 plus, want to accept it, but 27% of you don't want to. Now I'll tell you how 27% of you don't understand a point. Don't understand the point. गलती से एक्सेप्ट कर दिया तो अनएक्सेप्ट कर लो, कोई टेंशन नहीं. 28% कर देते हैं, नो इश्यूज. Don't you get it? Either way, Bhagat Singh is going to get martyred. Gandhi does not accept it, still he gets martyred. Gandhi accepts it, still he gets martyred. Why? Because 10 demands he's taken. Irwin was never going to accept these 2. So Irwin was never going to let Bhagat Singh not become an example. So Gandhi now has a option to save 80,000 people from police excesses, make all of this correct for everybody, and in a way become a what we call as a symbol of Bhagat Singh's murderer. But if you are Gandhi in that moment, it doesn't matter what you do, because you can't save Bhagat Singh. You are not understanding this point. I am giving you a knife or a gun. There's no chance altogether. You have to kill yourself. One will be painful, not accepting it. The other one is quicker. So either he accepts Irwin and he at least is able to stop the movement and move forward, or he doesn't accept it and nothing happens. CDM as it is was going to become overheated. Another Chori Chora would have happened. He would have withdrawn the movement. This is called an ethical dilemma. Now, if the 28% people who said that he should not accept it, then what should Gandhi do? Is it correct to say that Gandhi could have saved Bhagat Singh? Is it correct to say that Gandhi categorically killed Bhagat Singh? Can we actually accuse Gandhi of having gone into a conspiracy with Irwin? I'll tell you a very simple thing. The simple thing is that if somebody asks you this question, for example, somehow you have done such a big blunder that you're talking about Bhagat Singh and Gandhi in your interview, which is very, very dangerous. Pata nahi aisa kya bola you said, and they are now talking about Bhagat Singh and Gandhi is impact. The answer which you give is that it is an ethical dilemma which Gandhi faced. If Bhagat Singh would have been in Gandhiji's position, Bhagat Singh would have done the same also. Because neither Bhagat Singh, neither Gandhi knew or thought that they were above the nation. None of them thought that they were India. If it came to saving 80,000 people, lakhs of peasantry, thousands of government servants, every day, every night, every year, both Gandhi and Bhagat Singh would be ready to be martyred. Because it's not about personal interest here. Gandhi could not have saved Bhagat Singh either way. So either you let 80,000 3 people die or 3 people die. That's the basic point. So it's a very important question which a lot of you asked me. And if you see, I am no one to judge anybody. I left it to you. I hope those 27% people, 28% people realize the problem in choosing do not accept. Because if he doesn't accept as it is, nothing happens. And either you accept A or B, D, C, E, F, Irwin will make sure that Bhagat Singh is hanged on 23rd March 1931. Has this been a satisfactory activity with regards to these questions which are there in your mind? I could have brushed it off, but I gave you that position. I made you Gandhi for a minute and I asked you this question under pressure. Can we now talk about what happened further? Because Karachi session will happen, Gandhi's impact will be accepted, Gandhi will be shown black flags all across by the Naujawan Sabha, which was established by Bhagat Singh. He will be forever known as the one who did not save Bhagat Singh. But sitting inside that room, everybody would have done the same thing. Can I now move to at least the second roundtable conference in a way, what we call as failing? Then we'll talk about what happened to the CDM when Gandhi came back. Yes? Why was Gandhi keen for a truce? Gandhi was keen for a truce because by September 1930, shopkeepers, merchants were becoming exhausted. No doubt, youth were disappointed, but the fact was there was a need for a truce. Gujarat peasants were disappointed because land will not be given to them immediately. The fact of the matter is he signed this document knowing that a truce was needed. But sir, you said that then nothing will going to happen. But what if Gandhi would said INC will not be present? So it will say okay. It will say okay. INC doesn't go. The CDM goes forward. CDM dies. It's not a very good defense to say that no, INC is not going to come. INC is not going to come. Irwin is going to be happy. Okay, no issues. He said, I gave you a chance. You did not take it. And you should know one thing. The day Gandhi-Irwin Pact happened, and he wrote back to Ramsay MacDonald, कि I have accepted all of this. Next day, his resignation order will come and Wellington will be sent. They will say, what ये बोला थी करने को, that we asked you to do this. You should accept everything what Gandhi said. Wellington will be sent next 3 days after Gandhi-Irwin Pact because Irwin had overreached. According to the British, none of these demands should have been accepted. Not 8, only 1 should have been there. 80,000 we will release, nothing more. Irwin was desperate, but he did too much in desperation. See, this is the point you need to understand. British don't care. That is the point you need to understand. They were for the first time trying to agree to something. Now, at the Karachi Congress session, which will happen in December of 1931, which is a special session, 6 days before, it's not in December, it's in March itself. 6 days before Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru will be executed, Gandhi will be shown black flags throughout the way, Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha, and in the Karachi session, 2 very significant things will be done. First is that they will endorse and admire the bravery of the 3 martyred. This is something which Gandhi would not have done, which is to acknowledge a revolutionary who had done violence. So Gandhi is one who never accepts or never goes beyond his ideals. But he did realize what the importance of Bhagat Singh was. They will endorse the goal of Purna Swaraj. They will endorse the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, and 2 resolutions will be passed. One is called Fundamental Right Resolution, and the other one is called the National Economic Program. This comes in the examination. In which session fundamental rights was a resolution and National Economic Program was released. This was Subhash Chandra Bose's understanding. This was Nehru's understanding. Under this fundamental rights, the Congress said that when they get control of India, freedom of speech and press, right to form associations, right to assemble, universal adult franchise, a legal right to equal legal rights irrespective of caste, creed, sex, neutrality of state in religious matters, free and compulsory education, and protection of culture, language, and minorities. Does this sound a little bit similar or something which you have already seen somewhere? This is exactly from where the fundamental rights were pushed in. The fundamental rights today which you have were actually for the first time introduced in the Indian Constitution based on the ideals of the Karachi session. Under the National Economic Program, they said that we will reduce rent and revenue when you are under the INC. We will exempt you from rent and uneconomic holdings, relief on indebtedness. Usheri means a toll tax, better condition for workers, protection of women workers, right to workers and peasants to form union, state ownership, which is PPP. You can see PSU concept is coming through here only. State ownership of key industries, public sector undertakings. So very simply, these two resolutions are very important for the ideals itself. Now, I want to just discuss what happened in second roundtable conference, and we'll come back tomorrow and take this story forward. Can we discuss it? Karachi session, remember, two important resolutions. I'll discuss it tomorrow again. Now, Gandhi reaches London. Very cold London, but still wearing his iconic dhoti with Sarojini Naidu and other important personalities. And Gandhi became a hero and a spectacle. People wanted to get pictures with him. People wanted to see him. Now Gandhi is an enigma in London. After accepting the Gandhi-Irwin Pact and the Karachi session, he sails to London. The last time he had come to London, it was in 1888 as a student. Nobody knew him. He left in 1891. In 1931, he has reached there as the sole representative of the INC. Now in the Buckingham Palace, in a very iconic picture which was taken, where you can see all the important leaders, from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar to Madan Mohan Malviya to Gandhi himself, with Ramsay MacDonald sitting here. This picture, in a way, captures one of the most iconic moments of this decade, where the British and the Indians were sitting on the same table. Indians were not allowed to sit on the same table, rather, they used to sit on the ground when the British used to talk previously. We were now a key stakeholder in this moment. The British will, Gandhi will also meet. Gandhi will also meet the Queen. That's again a very iconic moment. And Gandhi will now be seen as a hero, as the sole representative of the INC. Jinnah, I think the photographer was not interested in taking his picture. Okay. Now the British can see that Irwin has done a blunder. Irwin has done a blunder, which is that he's given Gandhi too much power. So now Churchill, Ramsay MacDonald, Wellington want a solution for what has happened. And the solution will be that now British will introduce a very interesting thing. They will say that a very good friend, Dr. Ambedkar, has been asking for separate electorates for the past 3 years. And in the first roundtable conference, he also said that depressed classes should get a separate electorate. And as soon as Gandhi hears that depressed classes will be given separate electorates, it means that they have already divided India into Hindu-Muslim. Then they gave it to the Sikhs. Then they gave it to the Indian Christians. They gave it to the Anglo-Indians. By giving depressed classes a separate electorate, it destroys or dismembers the Hindu society also. And now Gandhi can see that why was the INC needed in the second roundtable conference. INC was needed in the second roundtable conference because they wanted to discredit the INC. Now what will happen is Gandhi will straightforward say that I do not accept the fact that depressed classes are a separate group from the Hindu caste society, and you cannot give depressed classes separate electorates. And he said separate electorates generally we condemn. Now, this is what they needed. So Gandhi will say, I condemn separate electorates. So Ramdev Patel will say, Dr. Ambedkar, Jinnah, and other members of the depressed classes, tell us what is your view. They will say, no, we want separate electorates. And within the second roundtable conference, there will be two things which will happen. A minorities pact will emerge, where everybody will say, minorities will say, no, we want separate electorates. And now Gandhi will be fighting Indians in front of the Britishers. And this is where we lost the plot itself. This is where we actually lost a plot itself for as Indians, Because now an Indian was fighting an Indian, what has been doing then since 1857 to Jallianwala Bagh, now at the second roundtable conference, this is what the Britishers wanted. The world was looking towards the second roundtable conference, and now Gandhi sitting there as the INC sole representative is being humiliated by Indians only. That you don't represent India, INC does not represent India. This was what Irwin had done a mistake. Irwin somehow had equated India equal to INC. The British wanted to destroy this notion, and this is where the second roundtable conference, which seemed to be a turning point. Unfortunately, Gandhi will sit and there will be a deadlock, and the second roundtable conference will become a failure. Gandhi will come back to India. He will launch his second phase of CDM, which was crushed by Wellington. Wellington was not ready to meet Gandhi. INC will get banned. All 80,000 people who had been released were then again arrested. Everything went backwards, and now Gandhi will go into what is called as the Harijan phase, where he now set to prove to the British and to Indians that INC, Gandhi, and India cares about depressed classes. And this is where the CDM, as it is second phase, was never going to work. And you will see that by 1933, second phase is launched in 1932 when he comes back. 33 to 32 to 33, too much repression. And then 34, he will basically withdraw it. And the British will play a game in 32, which I will tell you tomorrow, which is called the McDonald Award, or what we call as Gandhi and Ambedkar Pune Pact. But the fact of the matter remains, on between 7th September 1931 and December 1st, 1931, Irwin was now replaced by Wellington. Conference had an overwhelming number of Indian delegations, loyalists, communists, careerists, big landlords, everybody came. Conference became aggressive when Gandhi and rival nationalist groups now started to fight. The government refused to concede to demands of Indian demand for freedom. Purna Swaraj was obviously never going to get accepted. But this is where the problem came. Gandhi represented the Congress in the conference. Shoji Naidu represented the women, Indian women in the conference. And this conference was an equal partnership between Britain and India. However, Gandhi said the following things. A responsible government should be established immediately, both at center and provinces. Congress alone represents political India. This is what he says. And this is what the British want to destroy. Untouchables were Hindus, not to be treated as a minority, and no separate electorates for anybody. And it is here that the participants, overwhelming number of, for example, ये तो बाराती लेके चले गए थे. Muslim League thought that let's go to London, let's enjoy. They had taken so many members that they were not even needed there. But the point of the matter was, overwhelming number of people will be there. Dr. Ambedkar again there, and Gandhi as the sole representative. The deadlock which will emerge here is going to be more problematic. Right wing in Britain, the Conservative Party, Churchill, had objected that the government should not negotiate with the Congress on equal basis and demanded a strong government in India. Ramsay MacDonald headed a conservatively dominated cabinet with weak and reactionary Secretary of State. His name was Samuel Hoare. Overwhelming majority of the RTC delegates were conservative, loyalists, communalists, and who had been used by the colonial government to assert that the Congress did not represent all India to neutralize Gandhi and his efforts. The session soon became a deadlock over the questions of minorities. Separate electorates were being demanded by the Muslims, depressed classes, Christians, Europeans, Anglo-Indians, all together called the Minorities Pact. Gandhi fought desperately against this, but still nothing came out. And therefore, Gandhi will not be able to do anything. Rather, Ramsay MacDonald will do something, which is he will create or will take a decision that under the Government of India 1935, we will create 2 more provinces. He will say we'll give certain committees, finance, franchisee states, and that too under one of the most conservative person, Lilith Go, who was going to then replace Wellington. And the simple point is the second roundtable conference failed. And once Gandhi is going to return on 28 December 1931, he will return, he will go for second phase. Wellington will refuse to meet Gandhi, and Gandhi will get arrested on January 4th, 1932. We'll pick up from here tomorrow and we'll complete CDM and then talk about Government of India Act 1935, 28-month rule of the Congress, and then have a very important discussion, Gandhi Bose. Are we clear about this? Does this create a certain picture in your mind? Are you understanding the sad truth of the CDM? Unfortunately, we are back to square one. We are literally back to square one because the INC became an equal stakeholder, but now was not going to get any stakehold generally because the minorities were used to discredit the INC itself. And this is basically the whole story. You can add Karachi here also. Karachi session. Fundamental rights, national economic program. So today I have tried to demystify two things, which is we'll talk about Dr. Ambedkar tomorrow. We have tried to demystify two things. First, Bhagat Singh was never caught for what he had done until unless his own people told him or told the British who he was. I've tried to show you the mockery of British rule in India. The second thing was to tell you about the CDM. I hope you now know the CDM itself. Roundtable conferences where the real politics lies. I hope some of you asked me this question, Gan. I have read somewhere, I have seen somewhere, I have heard this that Gandhi could have saved Bhagat Singh. I hope I've given you some perspective in that. I don't want to change your opinion, that is not my job. But at least I've given you certain perspective about that. You can remain adamant that he could have saved them, and I would agree with you every day, but that is not the way it works. And tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll discuss CDM phase 2, Gandhi Harijan campaign, and then move towards the most important act, Government of India Act 1935, and then move towards the election of 1936, and then move towards Gandhi versus Bose, Tripuri and Haripuri session. Yes, unity is what we lacked in the second roundtable conference. The British had done what they wanted to do, discredit the INC in front of the whole world, and now minorities will become the knife which will be used by the British to cut the INC wherever they want to cut. Yes? Okay. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, same time. We are slowly but surely moving towards independence in a very good pace. Let's see. Let's see when do we achieve independence. Yes? Okay. Done. See you tomorrow. Same time. Don't be late. Thank you so much.